As people are filtering in, good morning. My name is Don Wettrick, I'm CEO of STARTedUP Foundation, and it's beautiful to be in this campus. I want to run in a field and just go. Really appreciate being at this beautiful campus, although I've been pointed out that we always enjoyed going to Hammond campus, and we've always said, I'm going to go with the dad joke, and Kristen knows where it's going. Somebody needs to start a breakfast place in Hammond called Hammond Eggs. It's the third year of that joke, and appreciate it. All right. Hello, is this thing on? Hammond Eggs, I think it'd kill. All right. I want to tell you a little bit about StartedUP and the reason why we do what we do, our mission and vision statement. What does it say? We teach students to view a life through a lens of innovation and entrepreneurship while building a life of purpose. And our vision is to build up a generation with an opportunities are everywhere mindset, fueling innovation and hope for our communities, country, and around the world. What does that all mean? I like it when students see problems as opportunities. Full stop. What we pride ourselves in is that we never wanted this to be I got a business idea I think could make a lot of money. Good for you if that's your mindset, but that's not what I want. What I want is, I've listened to some people complain, and I think that I'm onto something. That is gold to us, because not as many people want to be entrepreneurs, but those who think like them, those who identify problems, those who do not wait around for instruction, win. And they build up that sense of hope for their community. So, also the core values that really stand out to me, I'll just highlight two. Entrepreneurs don't wait around for perfection, they move now. One of the reasons I love is that we keep trending younger each year. We had so many applications from freshmen, and we have still a lot of juniors and seniors in this competition. Therefore, a lot of times the freshmen are like, this is my first attempt at something. And then they'll probably walk away going, okay, I got some work to do. You'll hear me at the end almost borderline get teary-eyed because I don't like it when people take it hard that they didn't win, but not winning is said every entrepreneur ever. So I'm always really excited to kind of see that growth. And then also, in a world of social media addiction, negativity, everybody can create value by being a producer instead of a person that scrolls. I like it when people take action. I've identified something, I've taken action, and I know how to build a team and create value around that. All right, I want to tell you also a little bit about the timeline of what you see in front of you. A lot of our students started at the beginning of the school year, and they had all the way up to February to take twists and turns and get feedback. That was through February. Around March, each of these teachers had a in-school or in-class pitch competition deadline. From there, they submitted some of their top two, and we also had a lot of at-large. And so what you're seeing today in April is the 7 StartedUP regional challenge competitions taking place. By the way, if you're here at the top 10, there were several hundred that didn't get here. So just wanted to let you know that. And then from May to June, and I'll say from May to June is where the top 10, so we have 7 regional winners and 3 wildcards. That May to June span is when you're going to be improving. What got you to the regional finals and beyond is you're gonna have to keep improving by the time you get to state. Then on June 12th, our StartedUP Summit takes place, gathering 300 plus students, government officials. We've got a big name speaker, I can't say yet, but we've got a really fun-filled time there on July 12th. And then on June 15th, if you've been with us before, this year we're gonna be doing an inaugural innovation tour across Indiana, which means we're gonna be taking a charter bus because for 3 years in a row, airlines have canceled on us. And if you wanna, I didn't have gray hair before I did that. But no more planes. We're now going to be taking a really big, awesome chartered bus tour, June 15th through 18th. Want to thank big time to our regional host, Purdue University Northwest and Society of Innovators. Like, yeah, seriously, big hand. We've always loved doing it at the Hammond campus. So this has been a nice experience here that we're going to have. And then I cannot tell you how much support and feedback and programming that our friends at the Society of Innovators has provided us year in and year out. So, and just a personal thank you to Jason Williams as well. So big hand to PNW and Society of Innovators. With that, I would like to show a video about PNW.
Everything from small business to heavy industry in this area, I believe we're in touch with what is going on. And we want to best prepare our students to meet those workforce needs but also bring this idea of innovation and entrepreneurship with them into these spaces. It's part of our core fabric and mission, and so what we want to bring is the most fluid thinkers, the most interested students to our campus, to put them with our faculty and facilities that do this on a regular basis to really help them flush out or bring out their best ideas and advance them all the way up through and to commercialization.
What's great about PNW is that the entrepreneurship program here really helps students work within the community. They work with elected officials, they work with residents to be able to develop businesses that are sustainable. We're really hands-on, and we have hands-on classes where students can build prototypes and other businesses that help support the communities in which they live. STARTedUP Foundation really has helped strengthen the partnership between PNW and some of the high schools in the community. A lot of the high school teachers will contact the professors and ask us to sit in to different presentations for the high school students for their business pitches and their business ideas, and for us to give them feedback, which has been wonderful.
I participated in 2023 with the STARTedUP Challenge. First, it was definitely nerve-wracking. To talk in front of a lot of people was something that not a lot of young adults get to do, but it was just really, really cool. Even to just meet all of the people at those events and do all the networking and see other students with great ideas. So the whole experience was awesome.
I think innovation to me is important not only in the training of our students, but as we look at the region and regional economy, bringing in new ideas, new thoughts and concepts that have a true impact on the entire region, but also help prepare our students to enter a workforce where they already have the skills necessary and the thought processes to move an institution forward.
It's just great. I mean, all of the teachers really want the students to succeed, and you don't technically see that in a lot of different schools. I mean, how many universities can you think of that host a pitch competition for students and non-students that has a prize of $10,000? Society of Innovators is on campus. That's a huge ecosystem for entrepreneurs or anyone wanting to study business. The local ISBDC is here, so you have all of these different connections on campus, and they really just want you as a student to succeed. So it's an unmatched ecosystem for sure.
The younger generation, our middle school and high school students, have very creative ideas. This provides a venue for them to really develop those ideas and see there's a future in these spaces.
Speaking of which, representing Purdue University Northwest, please welcome Chancellor Halford for some opening remarks.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Welcome to our Westville campus, sometimes referred to as Purdue's nicest campus. I hope you have the opportunity to walk around. I think it's appropriate because it's a pitch competition. You all listen to our pitch. You don't have to go somewhere else to have these amazing experiences. I celebrate you if you do, but we're a close option and we do some amazing things. It is truly my pleasure to have you here on our campus for the 2026 STARTedUP Regional. Today brings an extraordinary community, students, educators, judges, mentors, families, partners from across Northwest Indiana, all united by a shared commitment to innovation, learning, and opportunity. Reaching this stage is no small achievement. Each of you saw a challenge or an opportunity and chose to engage it. You developed ideas, refined them, and had the courage to present them in front of other people. That initiative, taking a concept, turning it into something tangible, is exactly what this competition is designed to encourage, and is something worth recognizing and celebrating. Today is not about just a simple competition. It's about growth, exploration, and exchange of ideas. Entrepreneurship at its core is not just about launching a business. It's about a mindset. It's about curiosity, resilience, and the willingness to approach problems from new perspectives. It's about asking thoughtful questions and being open to criticism and discovery and unexpected answers. Each of you demonstrates that mindset. Whether your future leads you into higher education, directly into the workforce, or into launching your own venture, the skills you're developing will serve you well. The ability to think critically, to communicate clearly, adapt to feedback, and persist through challenges. These are the qualities that define effective leaders in all fields. At Purdue Northwest, we place a strong emphasis on innovation and entrepreneurship. As a matter of fact, it's one of our core values at the institution, because of the role they play in shaping both individual success and regional vitality. Northwest Indiana is a region with deep roots and strong industries, but it's also a region undergoing transformation. Sustaining that momentum requires individuals who are willing to think differently, to identify emerging needs, and create meaningful solutions. That commitment is reflected in our RISE values. Those are our strategic pillars: respect, inclusion, student centricity, and excellence. Innovation is not just separate from these values, it strengthens them. It allows us to better serve our communities, to design inclusive approaches to complex challenges, and pursue excellence in everything that we do. It's also important to recognize that innovation extends far beyond technology. While technology also plays a critical role, innovation is fundamentally about people. It begins with the understanding of real needs, identifying opportunities to improve experiences, systems, and outcomes. Many of the most impactful ideas start with simple observations. It's the moment when somebody asks, how can this be better? The work you see today will reflect that kind of thinking, thoughtful, practical, and grounded in real-world challenges. Experiences like this competition are valuable because they develop skills that are essential in today's world. You are strengthening your ability to think creatively, to analyze complex problems, and communicate those ideas effectively, and probably most important, collaborate with other people. I encourage you to make the most of today, listen carefully, support one another, take pride in your accomplishments. We're Midwest nice. We frequently don't take pride in our own accomplishments. You've already demonstrated initiative and determination simply by being here. Continue to ask those questions, continue to explore, continue to challenge assumptions. Judges and mentors, thank you for taking the time to be here. This is important. And to the educators, families, community partners in the room, thank you for your support and your encouragement that you provide all the time. Behind every student here is a network of individuals who believed in them and helped them move forward. In closing, I want to express our appreciation to the STARTedUP Foundation, the Challenge team, and everyone who contributed to this event. Thank you very much. Welcome to campus, and the best of luck to all of you.
Midwest nice hit home. A lot of times when I was teaching class, nice, quiet students that sat passively drove me nuts. I always liked the loud ones that kept picking away and asking for things. So who here is somewhat loud and outspoken? Well, I see one teacher like really Harley. Yeah, I like, oh man. Who's really excited? Woo! Back, come get your socks. No, all the way back. He all right, I was gonna throw out a pair of socks for somebody that screamed loud, and he's an alumni, and we got some. This is right there. There we go. All right. All right, very good. So I would now like to introduce our judges. I'll go from my right to the left. Kristen, go ahead.
Oh, you want me to answer?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I have my teacher voice on this morning. My name is Kristen Burton. I'm a professor of entrepreneurship and management at Purdue University Northwest. This is probably my 5th time judging. So happy to be here. Welcome, everyone, to the campus.
All right, good morning. My name is Wade. I'm the CEO of We Create. And before we go any further, I just wanted to also recognize the teachers that help these students today. So we'll put our hands together for the teachers. Excited to be here. I'm here to judge. I'm here to be mean.
No. You're not.
Enjoy the show.
Hi, my name is Dr. Tracy Clark Jeffries. I served 10 years as an SBA resource provider where I judged and provided technical assistance to small business startups. I also have judged in the University of Missouri St. Louis as well as Washington University program as well for small business. I've also worked with teens in regards to entrepreneurship development, so I am happy to judge you today. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dan Kozlowski, and I serve as Executive Director of Big Shoulders Fund here in Northwest Indiana. Just want to extend a welcome to all of our visitors, our scholars, everybody who's pitching today, and just really proud of every one of you for being here and putting yourself forward in this way. I know pitching is not easy. Being under a time limit and facing judges is not easy, but this is a great experience for you to have, especially at this age. So do your best, and you're already winners in our book.
I also want to point out the judges and the network they have and the people that they're connected to. Northwest Indiana is so connected and very collaborative. Just make sure you talk to the judges and meet with it. Whether you're a competitor or not, make sure you meet these awesome people. All right, here's our format. Every team will have up 6 minutes to present. We'll have a countdown clock. You will have 4 minutes of Q&A. Alyssa will make sure that we're on time for that. She will give you a last question warning. Then judges will take up to 60 minutes after the final presentation. However, during that time, they will not only name a winner, but will also everybody else will still be able to have 3 wild card for the StartedUP Challenge Finals. During their deliberation, lunch is provided for everyone. A lot of places we had it for the students and just the teachers. Everybody gets lunch thanks to the Society of Innovators, so that will be during the deliberation time. And then lastly, but not leastly, this is our competition order. However, note that there is an error on the front of the program, but not the back. The back is correct. So therefore, going off first is Team NAM from Mishawaka High School.
Good morning. Is this on?
We can share if we need to.
Yeah, once you share. You could just use this one right here.
You want one of these?
No, it's okay. We'll just pass it. Okay. Good morning. We're NAM. I'm Eris. This is Mason, and this is Noah. And we solved the problem that almost every track athlete has to deal with, but most people just ignore. Track spikes are built for performance, not for walking. The second they hit concrete, they start wearing down. And during meets, athletes are moving very much, whether they're going from the bus to the track, moving between events, or going to the restroom. They're forced to choose between 2 bad options. They can either sit down and switch shoes over and over again, or they can walk on their heels awkwardly, trying not to ruin their spikes. Over time, this leads to frustration and can even lead to injury. This is not just a one-time issue. It happens almost every meet, whether it's before a race, between a race, or after a race. It interrupts athletes' focus and can even add stress to athletes who are already trying to perform at their best.
With over 1.3 million high school track athletes in the U.S., this is a widespread problem.
So instead of changing the athlete's behavior, we're going to change the equipment they use. This is the NAM Spike Guard. It's a lightweight, compact, snap-on solution where you just snap it onto the nose of your spikes, and it will allow the athlete to walk normally without ruining their spikes. All right, so we'll have a quick demonstration from Noah about how easy it is. Just slide it on, just a few seconds, and he can walk normally. Usually the spikes are at the front of your shoes, so that will cover them, and it'll allow you to walk normally without ruining the shoes or the spikes.
Now, spike guards already do exist, but most of them are bulky, bulky and just uncomfortable to wear, and you can't put them on quick. They're like slides, and you just can't move with them. But with our product, it's made by athletes and for athletes. NAM is different in the fact that it's portable, as I just put it in my pocket. I have two in my pocket, actually. And you just slip them on to go to the bathroom, go anywhere you want, instead of having to take off your shoes and switch it all entirely. We built this prototype and tried it with all the athletes on our high school track team. All of them understood what we were trying to accomplish, even though they had no clue this is a product they needed. And this was the final push that gave them to want to actually need this product and want this product. And so this shows that there is a very strong demand for this product. If people knew what it was, they would actually buy it and use it. And so it has real-world validation and market.
Our business model is simple. It costs us about $5 to produce 1 unit of spike guards. We plan to sell it for about $19.99. That gives us a profit of about $15 and a 77% margin. For athletes, it's an easy buy. You can spend $20 to protect something that costs over $100.
Now with the $1,000 from STARTedUP, we'll use that to invest in different materials that make mass production easier. So, this is made out of Ninja Flex, which is just a 3D print filament, and we've experimented on other ones. So we made a injection mold, right? And we used plastisol, like the stuff in fishing lures, and this was too flimsy and couldn't actually support the athlete. We also used epoxy resin, and that ended up being too hard. And then we landed on dragon skin, which is ideal, but it wasn't as good as the Ninja Flex. So with that $1,000, we'll use it to invest in different materials that'll make our product even better. Additionally, we'll also use social media ads and use word of mouth to make our product more popular.
This is a simple problem that happens every meet.
Athletes cannot change their behavior, and it can mess up their mindset for their races or just in general their meets.
So we built one that does.
We're NAM, and we're making track more affordable for every athlete. Thank you.
Great presentation, guys. I just have a quick question about the guard itself. So obviously track shoes come in different shapes and sizes. Does the guard fit one size fits all, or do you have to get a certain size for the size shoe you have or the type of shoe you have?
Yes, sir. So the guards are a one size fits all for every athlete we tried it with, it fit their spike perfectly fine. We've tried short, tall, big, small.
I would also say that jumping spikes are different. They also have spikes in their back. So we'll also like work on a different type of this that will accompany jumping spikes as well.
I think the jumpers just need to take their shoes off. Let them do their own thing. I'm just joking. Congratulations, great pitch. This is incredible. I'm a former track athlete, and I remember the awkward penguin walk, right? It's all of a sudden you feel like you're running your best race, and then you waddle off like a penguin. So great presentation. I'm curious on the athletes' feedback. When you started passing this out, you said they knew instantly what it was, but tell me, what was their feedback to you guys as soon as they put your product on?
So yeah, everyone we tried it with, they instantly knew what it was, and they all knew where to put it. They knew to put it on the front of their spike, and they just walked around perfectly fine.
My follow-up to that is, did they like it? Did they understand they understood it, but did they like, man, I need this product? What was their feedback to you guys around that?
Yeah, there was a couple, there was like 2 jumpers that were wearing sprinting spikes that wanted to buy them. But we didn't have it mass produced yet. We only had 1 prototype.
Wonderful.
So I like your idea, and as a runner myself and ran track in high school, and my daughter ran, and I remember when she fell coming off the track in regards, and she destroyed so many shoes. So I like your idea. However, you're entering into a competitive market. Tell me, why would I buy your product other than someone else's?
You would buy our product because all the other ones are, you have to either take your shoe off and put something else on, or you have to bring a whole nother bag to carry them with you. We've looked at a lot of other products, and they were all like full-on extra shoes you would have to put on, but they're portable. You can put in your pocket if you're at practice, you're wearing shorts. Just pull them out of your pocket, and you can just walk back to your car or walk away to the bathroom.
I'd also like to add that other products cost like around $50 or like $70 for even some better ones. And they're also bulky, and ours are more compact and cheaper.
Great presentation. I think the only question that I have, because you've answered a lot of them, did you try female versus male? Did you try both, the women's team and the male's team?
No, we did not, because most of us me and Eris are both athletes on the track team, and we just practice with the guys, and the girls kind of have a different schedule than us, and they might be inside. So we didn't really get to test it with the girls.
Okay, that might just be some feedback that you might want to do in the future.
All right, and we're off. Hi everyone, I'm Kevin, the Director of Programming here at the STARTedUP Foundation. I have the pleasure of serving in the role of overseeing our 3 main programs. One is what you see today, the STARTedUP Challenge. The other is our Alumni Association, which you'll hear from some of our distinguished alumni throughout the day today. But the third is the one I want to talk to you about right now. And I'd like to kind of start things with a question. Do you know an amazing teacher? And yes, there are a lot in this room right now. Someone who goes above and beyond for their students, who's always coming up with new ideas, and is just changing lives. If someone just popped into your mind, that's exactly who we're looking for. This is the STARTedUP Innovation Accelerator. It's a powerful professional development program designed to equip teachers with the tools, community, and experiences they need to transform their classrooms into hubs of innovation and inspire the next generation of leaders. Here's what teachers get when they're accepted into this game-changing program. 1 is the chance to become a catalyst for student growth and innovation, access to a nationwide network of mentors and educators, a vetted curriculum focused on entrepreneurship and creativity, unique travel and leadership experiences that broaden horizons, and the ability to unlock new pathways to success for their students. And the program doesn't just impact teachers, it does elevate whole communities. We're building an ecosystem where education meets entrepreneurship, where schools become launch pads for creativity, where students are empowered to be future ready. And right now, we're accepting applications for the 2026 cohort. That's where you come in. If you're thinking of someone, let's connect. We're here. Our team is walking around. They can go to StartedUpFoundation.org under the Educator tab to get more information. There really is a place for any teacher that wants to change the game in the classroom. So together we can lift up our communities, and you're not just impacting one teacher, you truly are impacting hundreds of students. So it's my pleasure at this point, speaking of students, to introduce our very next team for the competition from Munster High School. Please welcome Course Caddy.
When I first started playing golf, I was trash. I was hitting shanks all over the place. But as I've improved and gotten better, I've realized mishits happen to anyone. That's why I've created Course Caddy, an automated golf ball retrieval system. My name is Brandon Walker, and this is Course Caddy. So in this pitch, I'm going to cover what Course Caddy is, why you should believe in it, and why Course Caddy will drive golf accessory innovation. But first, on our market. For a market size, I have a total addressable market of $4.4 billion for golf equipment. Then, I did regional segmentation to New England because I'll be there in the fall when I'm in college, and by taking 1% of that, I hope to initially capture $1.69 million. Now, for what our market's actually composed of, I hope to sell Course Caddy to golf courses. The reason for this is that they can rent them out similar to golf carts to get an easier return. But for the individual golfers who also grow attached and connected to Course Caddy, we can also target established millennials or Gen Xers and tech golfers who have the disposable income to afford Course Caddy. Now, the reason people want Course Caddy is threefold. The first is time. It's simple. When you mishit a golf ball, you're spending up to 3 minutes searching for it. That's time away from your playing mates, friends, and family. The second is money. Golf balls are expensive, with golfers spending up to $500 on them per year. I know firsthand, Pro V1s, whew. But when you also look at golf courses, it's a smart investment for them because golf courses have a steady influx of golfers, meaning if they just rent it out for $5 a use, once they get 100 uses, they have a return on investment on purchasing Course Caddy from us. Now, the third reason is environmental. Golf balls are environmentally destructive. They're made out of non-biodegradable materials, including polyethylene, and these forms of not only carcinogens, but also other harmful toxins get into our water systems and are incredibly dangerous. And golf courses are also dedicated to trying to stop this. The Golf Course Superintendent Association signed a memorandum with the EPA a few years back signaling that they are shifting towards looking at sustainable ways to maintain golf courses. Course Caddy fits this. Now, for how Course Caddy works is simple. If I had to demonstrate here. First, you'll take your own golf ball you have. Then, with the golf ball, you'll apply a color strip that will go around it and will be composed of an ink paste so it will not impact your golf ball's flight. Then, all you'll have to do is hit the ball and using a remote, press one of two buttons. One button will tell the autonomous drone to go to your golf ball and hover over it. The other will tell the drone to pick up your golf ball and bring it back to you. So if you mishit it and you want it back, get the golf ball back to you. If you want to keep playing it, hover over it. I have a video I'd love to show in Q&A too, or we can, oh perfect, thank you. This is a signal of the drone's flight system. You see in the top right, its GPS has around 11 satellites. We've gotten it up now to around 15 here so that it will be effective. And we also have a separate video that I could show later in Q&A on my phone of the golf ball recognition system where it tracks the golf ball and hones in on it so that the drone can then lower onto it and not just anything. And the golf ball strip ensures that it will be only looking at your golf ball and not your friends. If I can move, thank you. Now, looking at other people in the market, there's only two sources of competition. One is large-scale driving range golf ball systems, like Relax Robotics. But the issue is, those aren't built for an individual consumer. The second would be GPS golf balls. But these fail for 3 reasons. One is that they're expensive. They cost more than Pro V1s. 2 is that you also now are reliant on your phone and still navigating to your ball. And 3 is the stigma golfers have around switching golf balls. If you play a certain brand, you would have to switch brands to use a GPS golf ball. I'll cover this in Q&A. Now, looking at startup costs, I have an estimated cost of around $136,000. The majority of this goes into initial manufacturing at 250 units and patent filing. However, since I started Course Caddy in February, I'm still in my grace period, which means I don't have to become patent pending until next February. But I hope to do it a little sooner because I'm ready for Course Caddy to launch. These are a few of the breakdowns. Now, for the return on investment for investing in Course Caddy is simple. At a price of $500 per Course Caddy, with a $245 cost of goods sold, we need 533 units to break even. And to actually get revenue, we have 3 streams. The first is the most simple, sales. You like it, you buy it, we get paid. But the second is a subscription-based source of revenue. The color strips that you will apply on your golf ball are going to be on a specific hex code color, which means that only we can provide those in the ink paste, providing a secondary subscription source of revenue. And the third can be with corporate partnerships. As for investability, with the $1,000 from StartedUp pitch, I hope to use $500 for further camera testing to look at the perfect placement, and to save $500 for eventual IP acquisition. And then, for traction, I've won $5,000 from a pitch hosted by wealth management firm Accenture, and I'll also be pitching May 2nd for $10,000. This shows that people believe in Course Caddy, and you should too. I'm now ready for questions. This is just a recap of what happened and a QR code to connect with me on my Blink. Thank you. Thank you.
Brandon, great job. Obviously, I am very interested in this product just because I'm one of the statistics on how many golf balls get lost on a course. I do have a quick question. So when I typically lose a golf ball, it's not into the rough or into the forest, it's into the water. Does your product sell for the water issue?
Yes. If we go, sorry if I cut you off there. If we go back to the product breakdown slide, or we don't have to, it mentioned that the Course Caddy is waterproof. And what this means is that we'll have a cover over it. So actually, we're doing a revision on this. Earlier we had a cover, but I took the cover off for another revision on prototyping that then will ensure like no water will get in the wires and things like that.
Just to follow up on that, if I hit my ball into the water, will it be able to retrieve my ball out of the water?
Yes.
Good.
Mm-hmm. All right, hey, amazing presentation. Great. You're very well prepared, which I really appreciate. Here's my question for you from an evolution standpoint. I'm not a golfer. I love what you're doing, but the friends that I have that are golfers are obsessed, right? They are all in, and they all are still very bad. So what I'll say, though, is what we get out to the golf course, I go out once or twice a year, and they got the data that they're like, take a picture of my swing, how many yards to this, what's the wind doing? This is a really interesting technology, not only from retrieval, but can you put your ink dots on the 17th hole and measure how far the ball is from the hole? Can you do other technology evolutions that give the golfer more data rather than just knowing where your ball is, but all the things that the golfer cares about as well?
So this is something I've also been looking into. The reason I'm starting with golf ball retrieval is that there's way less competition in this because no one's really done this before.
Makes sense, yeah.
But with those other ones, I know there's an app called 18 Birdies that does measure distances through GPS, which is on your phone. However, so while I could do that with Course Caddy, it would take a lot of money. It's something to look at with scaling, not initially, since I started in February.
Love it. Yeah, and by the way, since February, amazing job.
Thank you.
Yeah, very cool.
Absolutely, amazing job. I love golf, so this is a great product. I had a question about, have you looked at maintenance, or if something breaks, how would they get it serviced? Is that another product line you would have?
Mm-hmm. Yes, definitely. So everything on that drone is actually like custom built, so it's parts purchased and things 3D printed, meaning that's another source of, if something's broken, we would have the part specifically for it and could service it, and it could be something as simple as you send it back and we fix it. We have a warranty attached to purchasing the product.
Okay, I heard you say there's not many competitors, and I heard you mention going to London. Are you making this an international product that you are launching internationally, or it just be nationally? And then I'm unclear about the subscription. Kind of give me a little prompt on that real quick.
Okay, I'll prioritize the subscription in case we get cut off for time. So how the subscription would work is you'd apply your color strip ink on your golf ball, but you would need to get that. Say you have 5 golf balls, you're going to need more ink. And what the subscription would do is provide more ink, so you get it again and again. And then as for international, I would love to scale internationally. Obviously, there's going to be different rules and regulations on how that would work, but I'm focusing on regionally, then nationally, then internationally. But I want to go international. Yes, I love like going across the world, looking at different golf courses, all of that. Okay. Thank you so much.
All right, at this time, we'd like to thank our 2026 Started Up Summit host, Butler University, and the Lacey School of Business, where at least one of the teams you're going to see today will compete against the other state finalists on June the 12th for prize money, scholarship opportunities, and more. This event's a culmination of a year of hard work by these teachers and these students, innovation, grit, bringing together the entire Started Up ecosystem for one massive can't-miss of experience. At the summit, you're going to witness the top 10 Started Up Challenge finalist teams as they take the stage to pitch for $25,000 in prize money. You'll reconnect with alumni, you'll support standout regional finalists, and you'll celebrate alongside our incredible Innovation Accelerator educators. Whether you're here for the ideas, the energy, or the community, this is where it all comes together, so don't miss your chance to be part of it this June at the Started Up Summit. At this time, we'd also like to extend our sincere gratitude to the Indiana Economic Development Corporation for their role as a 2026 Started Up Challenge state sponsor. The IEDC's commitment goes well beyond sponsorship. It represents a meaningful investment in the future of Indiana's economy. By supporting programs like the Started Up Challenge, they're helping cultivate the next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, and problem solvers who will drive our state forward. Their belief in students today is a direct investment into tomorrow's workforce, businesses, and communities. Because of partners like the IEDC, we're not just preparing students for jobs, we're empowering them to actually create them. So please join me in thanking the Indiana Economic Development Corporation for their continued leadership, vision, and dedication to building a stronger economy for Indiana. And so at this time, I would like to introduce our next team from Hobart High School. Please welcome Filet Twist.
All right, I'm Cameron Hudson. I'm from Hobart High School, and a show of hands, who fishes here? Anybody fish? Okay. Anybody catch and cook? Okay, I see you guys. So I saw 2 problems with the original products being a fishing pole and a fillet knife. They're just bland. So with the fillet knife, the long, skinny shape makes it hard to store, and you have a risk of hurting yourself or your property. My solution is a blade that twists into the bottom of the fishing pole, making it a safe, reliable option so you don't forget your knife inside your box, your car, or at home. New product. As you can see, the knife screws into the bottom of the fishing rod, which helps weigh your pole down and saving storage so you're not risking it damaging your stuff in your bag, box, or on your side. Cost of revenue. This is all an estimate, but a normal fishing pole costs around $90 to $100 just for a cheap one. Now, I'm hoping to get a contract with a brand in the future with an estimate of $57 each. Hopefully that'll be a little lower. But I estimate the total cost to making the actual twist system would be about $20, so a net worth of $77 per unit. Now, I'll sell them for $150 to $200, and theoretically, if 5 people bought this per year, or every day per year, I make $70,000 a year. Now, I will also take in requests for the customers, and they'll send in their own fishing pole, and I'll add the attachment for a net worth of $70. And someone asked me the other day, why is it so expensive if I'm just adding the pole or adding the attachment? Well, for one, I gotta think about shipping because it's a fishing pole. Normally they're like 6 feet long, so I gotta worry about that. And also, I gotta make some type of profit, so I can't just sell them for around $60. Investability. Now, if I had $1,000 towards my product, I would buy a 3D printer just to like perfect my design. Now, with the rest of the money, I'll go into research on what materials to actually finalize the product, and also the best way to attach it to an actual fishing pole. Survey questions. I sent out a survey to my school and schools around to get market research on what I should change. Feedback. I asked them what grade they're in so I can see what kind of, who in my school is fishing, and most of them were graduated and also sophomores. I also asked them what kind of fishing they do, because a lot of bank and shore fishing, that's when you get the snags, and that's when you can actually use the fishing pole or the fillet twist. Now I ask them how frustrated they are about the space it takes up in their tackle bag or tackle box, because the long skinny shape is like really like hard to store in a bag without risking yourself and like going into the bag and damaging either your property or yourself. And I also ask them how often they like fillet their knife or fillet their fish right after catching it. Just so like if you have it on standby, you don't need to like go home and risk the fish like dying out or being damaged. I ask them if they ever forgot their own fillet knife at either the car or at their house, and then I asked them that question because, well, fillet twist is ready, it's on your fishing pole, so ready to go whenever you're fishing, you're out. I also asked them their biggest safety concern, because the whole point of fillet twist is to be safe for the users, and it's not in your bag or box risking damage of yourself or on your own products or property. Now also, I asked them about the idea of the fillet twist, because a lot of people didn't like the idea because it's, for one, my prototype I have down there right now, it takes a while to screw off. That's my first prototype I ever made. I'm currently working on a second prototype right now, but I also asked them, would they rather buy a high quality fishing rod that already exists, or buy a fillet twist and then also have their existing rod modified, like I said in the whole money slide about bringing in their own product or their own pole and adding my product. I also asked them about the price they spent on a fishing pole, so I can try to get an estimate on how much I should sell my own product for, and also what they consider a fair price for mine. Now I asked them about the safety lock features. What's one safety lock feature they insist on having? Most of them said a child-proof lock, or more of like a button just to secure it. And changes. As you can see, I made the handle shorter, giving it a wide, smoother fit. Now this is my first like ever prototype on, I use the software Fusion, and this is the same thing that's down there currently. And then I'll show you guys. There's a prototype. There's just pictures of it. The video, it's the PDF, so it's not going to work. But other companies. There are no other companies that have any similar ideas to mine. They only sell fishing poles and fillet knives in separately. That's it. Thank you, guys.
Great presentation. I can definitely understand how this could be very useful. I think my question would be around who your customer is. It could be an individual who's a fisher, a person who fishes, fisherman, but maybe it is selling it to a manufacturer who is already doing fishing poles. So I didn't know if you had thought about that.
Yeah, obviously, I thought about giving it more of a wider area range, not just Northwest Indiana. So I've thought about like going to like Cabela's or Bass Pro Shop to try to sell my own product to them, and maybe get a deal with a bigger company like Lew's or I forgot a couple of them, but yeah.
Great job on the research. Love what you're doing. What I also suggest from or what I'd like to even think about is, like you said, Bass Pro Shop. Have you ever thought about setting up a table outside and just showing people and getting real hands-on experience from your actual target demographic? Because I think I saw a lot of high school students that had all sorts of answers that didn't potentially relate to the product because maybe they weren't your audience.
Yeah, so I was planning on doing kind of like a showcase like that in the future once I actually get the attachment onto a fishing pole and perfect the prototype. Like I was like right now, it takes like 30 seconds to screw off. It's not really efficient. So I'm currently working on the second prototype, and I also want to get it into like a different type of material, so it's kind of like more realistic than just the plastic.
So my only suggestion to you as a judge is don't wait. Go. You got this, all right?
Thank you.
So I'm a novice fisherman. My dad's more of a fisherman than I am, and I know his fillet knife is kind of like a very important part of the fishing experience. Take the fish afterward out into the fish house and we clean them. This prototype, and it sounds like you've addressed the screw problem, or at least are thinking about that's a little bit challenging. How do you address the issue of, if I'm going to the fish house afterward, do I have to go back and bring my rod with me, or do I go back and unscrew this thing from the rod? Like, how do you solve for that problem there, making it more convenient for the fishermen?
So fillet twist is more of a hands-on situation. So if you need to cut line and you're snagged and you're far away from your backpack or tackle box, then it's more hands-on. And also with catching cooks, it's if you're going to be camping out and you want to go all the way across the other room, or across the shore or something to get the box or your tackle bag. So it's more of hands-on and in the moment.
I just kind of have a comment, not necessarily a question for you. I like the presentation. My dad was a fisher, and I was stuck with the fillet, having to do that. So I clearly get it, and I can't tell you how many times we left our knife. So I think you're onto something there. However, I do want to make the suggestion as because you are launching a product that may not appeal to the average market. Your market is probably going to be fishermen. You're going to have to look at it as connecting with companies such as like your Bass Pro and doing a mass distribution of having it on a shelf and maybe test it that way. So when you do your second prototype test, your third testing would be on a shelf market to see how it sells and demonstrate.
Thank you.
I told Don we were going to do this between every pitch, and of course we didn't do it. But who wants some socks? Who wants some socks? All right. Oh, that's terrible. Pass it back. I'm sorry. There we go. I think I got one more here since I got to come back a little bit. Next year we're investing in one of the t-shirt cannons. There we go. All right. That's the energy we're looking for. Speaking of energy, it's my pleasure at this point to bring up some great partners and former alumni, and it's always great to kind of hear about the next chapters of their journey. So at this time, representing WAP, I would like to introduce John Hill and Ben Eberly.
Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. All right, first of all, let's give a round of applause to every student in here that's doing something amazing today. All right? That's awesome. Awesome. So I participated in Innovate Within in 2023. Yeah, kick the socks, all right? Wear them next year when you all show up, all right? So this event is awesome, and all of you are doing something great. And faculty, teachers, anyone helping a student, congratulate yourselves. These students would not be here without your support, all right? So I serve as a local entrepreneurship ambassador for all students at the high school and collegiate level. So what does that mean? I try as much as I can to get in and speak to all of your students and help all of them launch their own business with whatever it may be. So with that, I have the pleasure to introduce you guys to something really cool, and I brought the VP of Story here to tell you about it.
Thank you, Ben. So all the students in the room, stand up for a second. You are my favorite people in the world. I can say that about you. Don't say that about yourself. That's just weird. But you are amazing human beings. Being an entrepreneur is one of the most difficult pathways. You have to suspend disbelief and do something that nobody else in the world has done or do it better. That's a gift. The world will try to jade you against building. It'll try to force you into kind of a world of working for somebody else. Keep doing what you're doing. Dream big. Everybody else, give them a round of applause. All right, you can sit down. All the parents, the practitioners, all the people here for support, stand up. All right, students, give them a round of applause. You wouldn't be here without them. I also want to talk about the students pitching today. There's a study that says people would rather die than get on stage and public speak. I obviously am not afflicted by that. But pitching is one of the most difficult things you can do. I was in charge of the pitch competition in the startup stage at CES, which is the largest tech conference globally, about 150,000 people. So I got to witness people pitching their ideas on stages in front of thousands of people. What you're doing is amazing. So everybody here is successful just by walking on stage. Now, most of you are going to fail today. There will only be one winner, or a couple winners, or however it's approached, right? Take that and use that as fuel for tomorrow and the next day and the next day. Keep building. So I'm John Hill. I'm the VP of Story at a company called WAP. I'll talk about that in just a second. But I want to take you back in time. I was in career services at Michigan State University when the last recession hit and did some very novel things around social media that got me attracted to a company that you may have heard of before called LinkedIn. I became the higher education evangelist, so working with universities to support students and alumni on our platform. And so anybody in this room, if you have a university on your profile, which would be most of the parents or practitioners, we were the team that did that. That got me recruited to a company called Techstars. Techstars was the leading investor in seed stage tech companies globally. We had 4,000 companies in our portfolio. I built the largest entrepreneurial network in the world, cross-connecting 43,000 founders, mentors, investors, corporate partners, and community leaders. Incredible work, and just to represent where you all are right now, you know what Techstars is. If any of you have used Uber, if you've used Airbnb, if you've had food delivered to your house through things like DoorDash, you get a receipt on the back end. That doesn't come from those companies. It comes from a company called SendGrid. SendGrid was the first company to go public out of an accelerator. They ended up getting acquired by a company called Twilio for $3.1 billion. That's with a B. That's a lot of money. We invested in Twilio when it was one person, Isaac Saldana. Isaac, at 14 years old, left his parents in Mexico to live with his aunt and uncle in LA. First generation university student, built a company that got acquired for $3.1 billion. I have witnessed people going from this room to ringing the bell in New York. I have witnessed people going from this room to getting acquired for $1 billion. One of our companies was PillPack, TJ and Elliott. We invested in them. They were two people. They got acquired by Amazon to become their online pharmacy for $1 billion US. So dreams start here, but keep driving that forward. I will give you 3 pieces of advice that I give to everybody I talk to. Build a network before you need it so it's there when you do. Right now, start talking to investors that are investing in companies like yours. Just have a conversation and ask for advice. It's an easy thing to do. Second, build a quality network, not a quantity network. This network is quality. Keep doing this. Third, and I go again reinforcing what I said before, dream big. Now we're seeing a shift in what's called the economic graph. We're going from finding a job, and I'm seeing it with university students right now as they're graduating, to being in the job. You're in the right room. Keep doing this. So having built the largest entrepreneurial network in the world, we did it around venture. There's some gates in venture. You need access to capital, access to tech talent. So I jumped on the company I'm at now, which is democratizing entrepreneurship. We are free for anybody to use, and we are AI prompt and build a business. It takes about 5 minutes to build a business on our platform. Any of your businesses could be on WAP right now. We have about 23 million users. I came in when it was early, so it's kind of amazing to watch this ride. We are a unicorn. We're valued at about 1.6 billion now. And we have 200,000 companies on our platform that have generated 3.2 billion in GMV, products and service sold. This QR code, if you take a picture of it, we can track any of your companies that you're building on this. I would love for you to try it out. Say that you're with this organization when you set up your profile so that I know it's you, and then we'll promote you through social. So feel free to take a picture, the QR code, and start to build on our company. I appreciate what you all represent. I started the entrepreneurship program at Michigan State University. Back then, we actually had the dean of the business school tell us we weren't going to teach entrepreneurship in class. The fact that you are all sitting here is absolutely amazing. Keep doing what you're doing. And I appreciate the time. Ben is amazing. He actually did a WAPathon yesterday where he had his students build on our platform, an experiential thing, over 3 hours. And you'll be able to actually see that on the site as well on how to do that for your students, your schools. Happy to help with anybody here. My email is jh@whop.com. If you need any help in your entrepreneurial journey, reach out to me. Thank you all.
All right. Here we go. Next team to pitch, please welcome to the stage from Valparaiso High School, Berean Dynamics.
There's your clicker. All right. So is it this way? Yep, this way. We'll go to the next slide. Okay. So as soon as you're settled in,
All right, good morning. I'm Jonathan Lai, founder of Berean Dynamics. And today I'll be sharing with you Dynamics V1. Well, to start, I have a little story. So I'm currently in FMP. It's called Future Medical Professionals. It's a club. And 2 years ago, we had a field trip, and we went to a university. We got to finally see a cadaver, and it's very rare for a chance, you know, as a high schooler, because it's, yeah, it's very, it's not typical. And they just showed us how to use, like, you know, how they work with the cadaver, how to use it, you know. And I was like, man, this is, this could be really useful in a high school setting, you know? So I'm like, but I looked it up, and it's like, wow, there's like no cadavers in high school, including mine. So I saw an issue. I saw the fact that high schools and secondary anatomy programs do not like have a lack of offer a lack of repeatable tools that also include touch. So cadavers do work, but you know, they're really hard to scale in ordinary classrooms and not easy to repeat. And also for digital tools, you know, apps, they are easier to scale, but they don't give the meaningful touch like you do a cadaver. All right, and my solution is Dynamics V1, a classroom system with a wearable glove, haptic feedback gloves, that offer finger resistance. Basically, it pulls your finger back in order to simulate holding an object like a surgical tool or like a body part in the digital world. I also include a teacher dashboard, that teachers use to connect the glove. What's it called? Choose the mode, I'll get into. They can run and watch the activities, stop it if needed, view the student results, and export or delete those results. And last but not least, the classroom workflow / app. It allows teachers to have a ready-to-use way to give their lessons to their students from start to finish with lesson plans and a structured, a
a structured curriculum that's already designed and aligned with state, what's it called, state, yes, well, state standards. School state standards. All right, and this is why, this chart shows why the Dynamics V1 is better for classroom use. So as I said before, the cadavers, they do work, and they do offer touch, but they're very hard to scale. Apps are easier to scale, but like I said, they don't offer a multi-sensory experience, and multi-sensory experience help with, what's it called, memorization. And you might ask, like, what about standalone haptic gloves, you know? You might, and I say to that, yes, they can offer touch, but they don't offer a built-in way that teachers can use, you know, to give lessons to their students. And Dynamics V1 is all of these. You can do low repeatable stakes practice, low stakes repeatable practice. You have haptics, tactile feedback, and you have a workflow built all in one. All right, so this is the workflow. To elaborate more on it, and this is how it's going to be used across days. There's going to be Explore Demo, which is a free roam, but also it can be used to introduce the students to the system and guide them through each lesson just through projection. The second game mode is going to be guided practice, which can be just coachable repetition and feedback. And the third one is going to be skill check, which basically turns the activity into a quiz or a test, and those results from the quiz or test can be exported. And what's it called? I think that's it, yeah. And as for progress, we have a bunch already. We got a dashboard and a hardware blueprint already. The budget for the hardware is being completed, well, already completed actually, finally. And we have a target market and a legal/privacy baseline. And also, my prototype, as you saw in the first slide, I got a perfect score when I tested it across 5 distances. It's just an early demo for proof. It's not represents anatomical accuracy. Let's see. Yep. And to elaborate more on that target market, it's going to be obviously towards secondary anatomy classes, biomedical classes, and eventually we'll get to colleges too. And yeah. And we already have, for a budget for at least hardware is already clearly defined. For the first pilot, we have 2 active stations and 1 backup station. And for the, let's see what you got here. Oh yeah, for the use of funds, if I ever give it 1,000, I would immediately use it for all the hardware, because that can actually set finally from going from planning to actually classroom proof pilot, and use it for just completely all hardware, because also when I use it for the hardware, you can use it to back it up. Like I said, there's a backup thing, prototype. And also, as you can see there, that's 15 grand for the labor. That's just meant for the design only, first time, revisions and testing. But the reoccurring labor is 685, and for the entire hardware, it's about 8 hardware and labor. It's gonna be 800 to 1,000. But yeah, that's about it.
Great presentation, great product.
Thank you.
So explain to me a little bit about how you've tested it so far. So I see that, I know it's just a prototype, but have you actually been testing it, and how's that been going?
So in terms of testing it, right, in terms of, obviously I just tested it with a real world distance and from here to here, but in a program, it's basically just gonna be seamlessly translate into the same thing. So let's say it's 12 centimeters in the real world, I switch from bone to muscle, right? The motor goes from completely on to maybe completely on and off to every single 2.2 seconds. And that's just gonna seamlessly, when I turn it into a program in the digital world, that's just gonna seamlessly do the same thing. But obviously, it's instead of turning off and on, it's gonna be the motor's gonna be turning, what's it called? It's gonna hold the, for finger resistance, it's gonna be holding you back.
Yeah, great presentation, first off. Secondly, you might be the smartest person in the room. What I'm looking at here, though, is really interesting from a standpoint. I actually studied here at Purdue Northwest, and I had the opportunity as a biology student to work on cadaver, and it was a very unique scenario. So for those of you, I'm not sure if Chancellor Holford, if you guys are still doing that, but it was an awesome thing, and to your point, it's very unique. Have you considered future iterations where you're wearing, meta goggles and other things where you're actually potentially seeing a 3D element with this and you're actually feeling the resistance?
Of course. Great. Any more questions?
So I know you had cadavers up there as an alternative. Obviously, you've created a product here. Are there other competitors in the market that offer things similar to this? Are there anything like, I know robotics is a big thing now where people can, put their hands into something and move a robot or a robot arm around. Are there other competitors in the market that you are either going to be competing with or already competing with?
There's already one, well, there's one competitor that comes to mind. You've heard of Anatomage? So basically, it's actually in my school, and for myself, this is how I also get my idea. I was like, because basically it's a table. It's a table with it's like a 2D table tablet, well, giant tablet, and you can just like start touching for like this. There's a whole human body basically in there, digitally, obviously. But the only thing is, like, it's cool because you can have like multiple students wrapped around it, but only one can touch it at a time, and also. I realized, and also there's having issues with it too. I was like, man, this is like, I could do it better, honestly. I could do it cheaper. I could do everything. I could just give better value in general. And also, like, it was very, like, from what my teacher said, Anatomage, when they pitched it to a bunch of other teachers, she was the only one who understood because she did a bunch of background research before that. So I want to be the type that be like, here it is. Here's the entire workflow. Here's the lesson plans and everything. So they don't confuse. I don't want to confuse teachers.
All right, you talked about your competitors and your alternatives to how you will have the product developed. Can you give me more detail about how you would enter into the market for your clientele with this product?
Would me saying I first want to enter, first do a pilot, if that counts. And eventually, I will do enough pilots to the point where I have one person that I'm talking to right now in terms of getting that finished. They told me, as soon as I get these a couple pilots going, I can actually start selling to actual schools and colleges and whatnot, if that answers your question.
Okay, and your pilot would be who? Your pilots, when you say pilot?
That would be my product.
Okay, all right, got it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we celebrate the incredible journey of these students, we also want to take a moment to recognize a few partners and champions behind the scenes, partners who believe in these young innovators and invest in what comes next. Today, we're proud to recognize our 2026 StartedUP Challenge incentive partners. These organizations are doing more than just showing support. They're creating real opportunities, from scholarships and mentorship to resources and next step pathways. They're helping turn ideas into futures. So let's give a warm thank you to Purdue University Northwest and Butler University. These partners aren't just investing in projects, they're investing in people. They're opening doors, they're expanding possibilities, and they're sending a powerful message to every student in this room. We see your potential, and we're here to help you take the next step. To our partners, thanks for being such an essential part of this journey. Because of you, the StartedUP Challenge isn't just a competition, it truly is a launch pad. So another big round of applause for our scholarship partners. And at this time, I would like to invite up from Lowell Senior High School, please welcome We Speak.
Hello everybody, this is We Speak, Innovative Solutions for Nonverbal Children with Autism. I am the founder, Juliette Lux, and I am a 15-year-old freshman that attends Lowell Senior High School. I have experience with a nonverbal child that I grew up with whom we can call Liam. I experience the day-to-day difficulties that a nonverbal kid experiences when he tries to communicate his daily needs to his parents, caregivers, teachers. I love arts and crafts, and I'm a very creative person. I even started my own business at the age of 9 selling keychains in my school. We Speak is a new product on the market that is designed specifically to support nonverbal children with autism. According to my research from Inclusive MBA, over 30% of children with autism are nonverbal, and yet there are still not communication tools that accommodate their everyday needs. The problem is that every day, a child goes throughout their life not being able to express human needs, their basic daily human needs, sleeping, eating, I need this, I need that. We all need something throughout the day. Electronic devices on the market right now are too complex, too flashy, too overstimulating for them, as well as they need charge, battery, they need training, and they are not travel friendly. Let's imagine an 8-year-old boy named Liam, and he goes through his day not being able to express his daily needs. He gets overstimulated really easily with his communication devices that he has now. He can break them when he gets frustrated, and they just get a little aggressive sometimes, so when they're not durable, you lose money in that. A lot of devices are over $3,000, and it gets pricey if they lose them, if they break them. My solution is a device that has a baseboard with 50+ magnetized images with words. It has the images and the words below. They point and communicate by pressing or pointing at each image to express what they are feeling at the moment, what they need, their actions. It is intuitive and simple to learn and easy to use. It's travel friendly, you can pack it up. All the blocks come in a bag, it's a canvas bag. It is also no charge, non-technological, and it is easy to pack and take anywhere. This is my initial prototype and concept. This is my round 1. I made out of cardboard, and you can see the interfaces. I have a magnet mechanic that keeps the blocks in place, so choking hazards is not a problem at all. The way that you remove it is with the removal handle that I have there. I decided that we should make it so they stay in place. The removable handle removes each block individually. These are my components. We have the baseboard, the removable handle, and the removable blocks. There's 20 of them in each baseboard. This was my feedback on this from the parents that I interviewed, and as well as my family members. They liked the magnet mechanics to keep them in place. They liked the simplicity, and they also liked that it was non-technological. It also helps with fine motor skills as well. They told me that I should keep it solid, lightweight, no sharp edges, as well as a carrying case or bag. What my prototype 3 has here is that it has curved edges around the sides, so there's no points. The blocks are keyed, so each block has a little curve at the edge, so they can only go in one way, so there's no room for errors in learning. It is also magnetized, and a quicker way to get each block out is you can flip it upside down, and there's a latch at the side, so when you remove that latch, the blocks will fall out. It's kind of hard to do with one hand, so I'm gonna place the microphone down and demonstrate. With that, the interfaces will also be on the final product, and the images, of course, and as well as all 20 of the pieces. These are the current AAC communication devices on the market right now. On this side, we have a tablet that's out there. It can be, you have to charge it. There's a lot that goes in with it. It's expensive. They're easily to break. You can't clean them, and they're just flashy and technological. There's a screen. These are Velcro one at the top. Those are expensive. They also, Velcro wears really easily. It also is way too stimulating for them. The sound, the feeling, as well as binders. You can rip them really easily. It can be a mess. Very not durable for both of the non-technological options. My unique value proposition is that mine is easy to learn, simple, it focuses on younger children. You can form a daily routine with this. You can bring it everywhere, anywhere you want to. If it's lost, it's easy to replace, it's simple. It's like buying dinner one night. It costs about $40. I will get into cost and pricing later. You can bring it to classrooms. Teachers can use it to teach kids. There are different bundles, as well as it's cleanable. No technological needed. We speak versus digital. We have that it's cleanable. You can't wash technological ones. Batteries, all that stuff can't mix with water or any cleaning things. It also helps prevent sensory overload. Technological ones are really flashy as well. It is in the same price range, but ours has a lot more value to it. We speak versus non-technological AAC devices is that it is way more durable. Velcro wears and binders tear. My bundle options is that we have emotions, daily needs, teaching tools, and a custom option where the parents can choose 10 blocks each to customize completely. My variable cost is we have from 100 to 500 units to 5,000 units. We have an 81% profit as we increase the production.
Great job, Juliet. A freshman.
Yes.
Unbelievable. Way to go. Here's my question for you. You mentioned you said we're going to call him Liam.
Yes.
Has Liam experienced your product?
Not yet. He is actually, he's out of state, but when I get a final product made, I want to test it out with him, yes.
Wonderful.
Great, great, great presentation. I think what I really like the most is that Liam or another child could actually grab one of the tiles and take it to their parents and say, you know, this is what I need if they can't speak it. And so they kind of get used to being able to grab what they need and be able to hand it to their caregiver. I guess my only question is, I know that these little pieces might be lost kind of easily. So when you're thinking about actually launching the product, you know, maybe having 2 sets of tiles when you do it, because I know that that can kind of be an issue.
With my bundles, there's different bundles that you can buy, and you can buy the baseboard as like with the core content, the core like daily needs ones, and then you can buy the separate bundles separately as well. So you can order a bunch of those. Yeah.
So I know you said you're only a freshman, which kudos to you, a great presentation. You seem to be very passionate about this subject matter. Are you thinking long-term about a career in this?
Yes, I would like to move this out of just the autistic community. I would like to also bring it to stroke victims or people with the aging population and neurological like other like problems that they need some type of way to communicate.
I like it. So I'd like to see this on the market.
Thank you.
All right. Doing better at remembering the socks. Who wants socks on this side? Who wants socks on this side? All right. I'm getting better. Still got 5 pairs to give away. All right. At this time, we're going to take a short intermission. We do have back in the back half a couple of teams that are part of our Emerging Innovators Showcase. These incredible students might not be up here pitching on stage today, but they've demonstrated exceptional promise and passion in their entrepreneurial journeys. Each one has identified a real-world problem and developed a thoughtful, innovative solution. They're eager to connect with you, get feedback from you, and to continue refining their ideas. You'll have another chance to meet with them during the lunch break. And then also for students, PNW has an admissions table in the back as well. So be sure to stop by and get some information about the university. So let's get back here at 10:40. Restrooms, if you go out here, can be to the left or to the right once you kind of go out in the main hallway there. But 10:40, let's return for the second half of pitches. Thank you.
guys for making it out this morning. This is, without a doubt, one of our most competitive regions, and it is our longest standing, too. PNW and Society of Innovators, you guys are the most gracious, and we beyond appreciate it.
Innovation is one of our strategic pillars here at the institution. Most of the research that takes place here is applied research, which is application of new discoveries and technologies to make it work for industries, companies, businesses around us. Purdue Northwest.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started here in a moment. Oh, thank you. Yeah, will you click over to this? Yep. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started with the second half of the pitches. As a reminder, our emerging innovator tables, they will be set up during lunch as well. So please go back and give them some support. All right. We are going to go ahead and get started. Wanted to kick things off in the second half to talk about what happens after today. Because for our incredible student competitors, this moment today is far from the finish line. It's just the beginning. Every regional finalist that's here today is going to be invited to be part of something much bigger, which is the STARTedUP Alumni Association. It's not just the title, it really is a community. It's a growing network of young innovators who are continuing to build, to lead, and to support each other long after the competition ends. As a STARTedUP alum, you're going to gain access to real opportunities that keep the momentum going. You're going to get leadership experience that builds confidence and character. You're going to have a powerful network of like-minded peers across the state and beyond. You're going to have speaking opportunities and visibility as a young change maker, a built-in support system of students navigating similar paths, and ongoing resources and mentorship to keep growing your venture, direct connections to internships and career opportunities, and even a chance to showcase your work at the upcoming 2026 Alumni Showcase at the STARTedUP Summit. And this community is already thriving with over 75 active members and growing every year. So to our competitors, no matter what happens today, know this: you're not walking away from the experience, you're stepping into something bigger, whether you're a freshman in high school or you'll be a freshman on a college campus next year, or you're going to be going out into the workforce. We're here for you. Because once you're part of this, this group, this community, it's with you for the long run, and we cannot wait to see where you go next. So speaking of next, I would like to go ahead and throw out some socks, and then introduce our next team. This is student engagement. I don't know why more teachers don't throw out stuff. Okay. I know. Oh, sorry. I got ahead of myself. I got too excited by the socks. To hear from one of our distinguished alumni, please welcome to the stage our Vice President of Alumni Engagement, Mariah Wright.
You would think after 5 times he wouldn't forget about me. Like Kevin said, my name is Mariah Wright. I'm the Vice President of Alumni Engagement with the STARTedUP Foundation. So within the next couple of weeks, since you've made it this far, we want to stick with you like he said. You'll get an email that'll say, do you want to join? And you will say yes, because you'd want to see my lovely face and all of the other people that have got you to this point. And we want to support you and be with you through the long run. I competed, which, like how Ben said, made me feel a little old. I competed in 2023 and 2024 in the Innovate Within competition, and now it's the STARTedUP challenge. I did not wear my socks, though, but I do like the new ones. I started a business. I changed paths and made a new business, and it has been a great experience for them to support me through my new business and networking, just like all of you guys will get to do. So I look forward to seeing the rest of your guys' pitches and the pitches I've already seen, and I look forward to talking to you at lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ben, who you saw on stage earlier, he actually serves as our regional leader for the Northwest region. So he organizes some meetups throughout the year, just an opportunity to connect, learn from each other, and learn from the ecosystem up here. So make sure you get to know Ben. All right, now, if I can follow the script, I'm going to like to introduce our next team to the stage. From Lake Central High School, please welcome Ready, Set, Grow Enterprises.
Hi everyone, my name is Ethan, and I am the inventor and founder of the Ready, Set, Grow urban greenhouse system. And I want to get right into it today, and I want to teach you how it works, how it can help, and how we are going to empower so many families. Let's jump right into it with the problem. Families are facing a growing crisis in food access. Rising grocery costs and inflation, limited access to fresh, safe produce, especially in food deserts, and pesticide-laden mass-produced vegetable products. But the crisis, it really deepens in the summer. Did you know that nearly 30 million US students rely on free or reduced price meals during the entire school year? 30 million students. And when school ends, so do those meals, leaving millions of students hungry or even starving during the summer months. And that is not fair, because these families, they want to eat healthier, they want to live more sustainably, but they lack the space, the time, the tools, and the finances to grow their own food. Many also believe that they need a green thumb to succeed. Let's face it, the current food system is broken, and families, especially those with children, are paying the price. And they shouldn't have to. But that's where we come in, the solution. The Ready, Set, Grow urban greenhouse system. It is a smart tech, climate-controlled, modular portable greenhouse system designed for urban living. It empowers families, kids, and even STEM programs to grow fresh produce year-round. No green thumb required. Ready, Set, Grow wherever you go. Our unique value is in our AI Grow Assistant Iris and our Ready, Set, Grow wheels. With Iris, kids enjoy real-time guidance, so they learn how to grow their fruits and vegetables. Automated care, the greenhouse watches your plants while you're away. Remote monitoring, so you can check on your plants wherever and whenever, and even sustainable water and energy use. We keep your bills down, and we make sure no water goes to waste in the process. Now kids, families, institutions, and even STEM programs can grow fresh produce year-round and take back control of their rising grocery costs, and even start their own summer food programs. Now, Ready, Set, Grow is tapping into a $30 billion TAM. That is our total addressable market with laser focus. Our SAM of $5 billion represents consumers that we can serve today. And finally, our sum of $250 million represents our early dominance in the agri-tech field. Now, Ready, Set, Grow is primed to capture market shares fast, and all we need is your help to get this life-changing solution into the hands of not only families and kids, but everyone across the world. Because hunger doesn't take a summer vacation. As we look at how we stack up against the competition, we've actually done our research. We did a survey, and we noticed that consumers and families look for three main things when purchasing a smart greenhouse system. 1, some sort of AI technology. 2, that it's modular or portable. And 3, some sort of sustainability effort. And Ready, Set, Grow checks all those boxes and passes with flying colors. We're modular and portable. You can move us from place to place. We have our AI technology with Iris, and we're super sustainable with our rainwater harvesting and our solar panels. Now for our cost breakdown sheet. Ready, Set, Grow is currently on the path to revenue attainment, which means we have a whole lot of costs and not a lot of revenue at the moment. To complete phase 1 alone, we're looking at a cost at around $1,500. Now, I've been able to cover around 450 of this with my winter landscaping business, and another 100 I got from my parents' charitable donations. But that still leaves around $1,000, which we are seeking in zero equity funding. And as we get to phase 2, it's only becoming more expensive, which is why this zero equity funding matters so much to us. I actually want to show you a rendering of the Ready, Set, Grow urban greenhouse system. Over here on the left is our phase 1. This is our bare bones model with our polycarbonate panel and our modular shelving. Now, over here is the Ready, Set, Grow urban greenhouse system in its final phases. It'll have our solar panels, our temperature control modular, and our Wi-Fi router. It'll have modular shelving, and it's in a sleek 2.5 by 2.5 by 4 feet design. It is about as big as a carry-on luggage, and you can move us from porch to patio or classroom to classroom faster than you can say photosynthesis. As we get into our business model, you notice that we operate on a 1-2-3 business model plan. We take profits and provisions to make Fed futures. Our 3 main revenue streams include federal and school district contracts, direct sales with e-commerce platforms like Amazon, and subscription fees and transaction fees through the Ready, Set, Grow app and our AI Grow Assistant, Iris. Finally, our milestones. In May 2026, we hope to have our prototype fully developed. That way, in December, we can launch our CSA pilot with 12 different families testing our Ready, Set, Grow Up kits. As we get into quarter 2 of 2027, we will have expanded our product offering and achieved our first federal procurement contract, proving our proof of concept. Finally, the ask. Ready, Set, Grow is seeking $1,000 to help us fuel our operations. We're looking to allocate this money like the following: $750 to product development, $150 to app and platform fees, and finally an additional $100 to phase 1 prototyping and supplies, otherwise known as paying back my parents for the money I borrowed from them. Thank you so much for listening to my presentation. Have a wonderful day.
Ethan, great job. Strong, confident, all the things that you need to be, and love seeing the evolution of what you're doing here. What I'd love to hear more about is, I saw the product from a hard tech standpoint. Tell me more about Iris. What does Iris do?
So Iris is your integrated, ready-to-grow intelligence system. She's going to help you learn how to grow plants. Like, say you're a garden newbie, she can teach you what your plant needs, the required amount. She can even tell you how to change the ecosystem in the greenhouse. Say a plant deserves a tropical climate. Well, Iris can help you learn that and keep it at a tropical climate. She's super available and super helping, especially if you're a kid, which is like our target market, who doesn't know a lot about growing crops.
Great job, Ethan.
Thank you.
I love the idea. I was wondering if someone has an apartment. I know that, right now that you have it, that goes from porch to patio. But if someone has an apartment, could they still use your product?
Actually, yes. That is one of our main features. We're super modular and portable. We noticed that the average balcony size is around 3 feet by 6 feet. And as I said earlier, Ready, Set, Grow is 2.5 by 2.5. So we can fit on any patio, even rooftops. We're designed for urban living and school systems.
Ethan, great job on the presentation.
Thank
and, in the work that I do, I see food insecurity on a daily basis. So kudos to you for acknowledging that and finding a solution for it. My question is about the amount of food that one of the units can grow in a year. Have you had an understanding of what the product can grow? How quickly can something grow in there, be harvested, and then regrow?
It honestly depends on what you're trying to grow. If you're growing fast crops like beets, then we're looking at, let's just say, it's enough to feed a family for years and even probably your community. We're able to scale with diversability as we acquire our funding. So it's honestly up for grabs how much we can produce.
I like your food insecurity pitch when you started out. Have you considered maybe having a foundation side to this that would help with address food insecurities from a nonprofit standpoint?
Actually, I participate in one of these, and I am looking to start my own. Every Saturday morning, me and my family, we go to our church and we participate in this thing called Operation Care, where we give food to the needy, and that's actually really where I saw a need for this product. Like in Indiana alone, there are so many food deserts. Like Valparaiso is one of the biggest in our state, and same with Indianapolis. When I figured out this information, it only drove me to want to pursue this idea even more.
Hi everyone, I'm Anna. I am the Corporate Engagement Manager for STARTedUP Foundation. At STARTedUP, we are on a mission to bring real-world problem-solving, entrepreneurship, and innovation into every classroom. But we cannot do this without the support of our community, like you all here today. So there are a few ways that you can get involved. One is invest. So our goal for this year is to raise $400,000 from our community, and this money goes directly to supporting the teachers in our program. And it is a completely free program for all the teachers involved. So every dollar counts towards this goal. Second is volunteering. So we're always looking for volunteers to come speak to their local classroom, whether that be for a 30-minute talk or being able to mentor the students as they bring these ideas to life. And so this coming school year, we're anticipating that we will have 150 teachers in our program, which means that we will need 150 volunteers. And so if you are interested in speaking about your industry and your career expertise, we'd love to have you. Third is referring. So if you happen to know of a school, a business, or an individual that you think would be a great fit for STARTedUP Foundation, we'd love to hear from them. Please come see me if you have any other questions or if you are interested in any of these 3 areas to help support Started Up. I am out front at that desk and would love to answer any questions that you may have. But thank you all for being here today, and thank you for your support. With that, up next, we have Sun Compute from Hanover Central High School.
Yes.
All right, so good morning, everyone. This is Sun Compute, the rooftop data center, presented by me, Kelly Fields. So the problem, data centers consume 415 trillion watts of electricity per year, and 70 to 170 terawatts of heat is wasted annually by just being pumped into the air. And homeowners spend around $2,000 per year on heating and cooling. Data centers also have a huge environmental impact. Data centers require at least 40 acres minimum of land, which is around 40 football fields worth of land combined. This is land that could be used for things like farmland, hospitals, community infrastructure, etc. Data centers also affect the climate and water. Data centers use 110 million gallons of water per year per individual facility. And they also emit 24 to 44 million metric tons of CO2 per year. This is equivalent to 10 million cars running simultaneously year-round. This obviously contributes to things like global warming, ecosystem destruction, habitat loss, and soil vegetation damage. And let me tell you something, this is not just words, this is facts. There's this small little town called New Carlisle. It's adjacent to South Bend, which is Indiana's 4th most populated city. Amazon is building an $11 billion data center there, which has caused some local uproar. This is because the data center is using up 35 million gallons of water per day for construction. And this has resulted in drainage of water wells and rationing in some areas. So this is where Sun Compute comes in. So the solution is a little machine that helps all parties involved. We put solar panels on the roof of a homeowner's home and a sealed box of powerful computers mounted on the side. Each contraption runs AI jobs for companies. All that work gets them hot. So you know how when you use a computer and the PC emits heat? That's kind of what this is. That wasted heat is captured, and instead of wasting that heat by pumping it out into the air like data centers do, we give it a purpose. That heat is reused for the homeowner's water and the homeowner's spatial heating. So this is my prototype right here. As you can see, the solar panels are on the roof, and that's the box of sealed computers on the side, and the system's connecting the two together. So my unique value proposition is, unlike other standard companies like NVIDIA, Meta, Apple, etc., Sun Compute is unique because it's cost saving for AI companies. It has a huge environmental impact because it reduces heavy water usage and CO2 emissions. The system is decentralized, which means it's not taking up large plots of land. And alongside the heating benefits, homeowners are given 25 to 30% of the net revenue in order to keep them on board. So for the product development, if you're not a master in engineering, you could tune out the next 10 seconds. But for the solar and power integration steps, the solar energy is captured by the solar panels, which is then moved to a charge controller, which is then loaded into a battery bank, for which it's then conformed in an inverter, which makes the energy compliant with the AI box. For our pilot program, the first real test is to deploy to 5 homes. We track tech performance, homeowner satisfaction, and AI company savings. This validates system efficiency and scalability. So the upfront cost of each machine is going to be around $35,000 with $2,400 for year-round maintenance. For the revenue, the homeowner pays $0 upfront because they're not actually the ones that are buying this thing. We just have to get them on board. The revenue is split with the homeowner getting $450 per month plus the lower energy bills. Sun Compute, which gets $1,500 per month by renting the energy out to AI companies, which turns to 1,050 after the split with the homeowner, and the AI companies would get cheaper compute. For the investability, if Sun Compute were to hypothetically win the $1,000, we would invest into making the prototype and survey what AI companies seek to be eco-friendly. Sun Compute, thank you for listening.
Hey, first, love your fan section. It's pretty cool. Second, tell me a little bit more. These data centers are highly gated, and they're protected, and there's security guards, and there's other things. Tell me how secure your system is.
Well, I would say it's pretty secure because it's on someone's private property. You know how Americans are with their private property. Second Amendment. So I would say that would be enough probably.
Kelly, nice job. My question's around the cooling of these devices. So obviously you've addressed the unique issue of redirecting the heat to heat water and to heat the home. What about when the temperature's 110 degrees outside and I don't want to heat my home? Where does that heat then go?
You could transform the heat into, you could remove the heat from it. You can transform it into cold or warm air. And the solar panels will just be like more low intensity because there's more sun and there's more heat and all. You don't want to override the system or fry it. So it could be used all year round for all seasons, like either cold or hot air.
That was a little bit with my question. Is the heat that is collected, is that going to go back into the power grid? Is that kind of what you're thinking about it, or would it be a system that just kind of works within itself?
It's kind of a system that works within itself. The heat is like, it just goes into the house and like it just, like, you know, heats up things, like heats up the water and makes you feel comfortable. And that's like the end of it for the heat. But the computing power goes to the companies.
So you said that you would target 5 homes as your pilot. Are homes just your target market, or are you looking at commercial, or just residential?
I would say for right now, just residential. But my target market is more towards like getting the AI companies to agree to align themselves with this.
Okay, and is this, would you say this is a solution to the controversial data center issue?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be your pitch to how you compete. Actually, you're going to compete over the data centers. I like this, but I think this is a good idea. You could be onto something.
Thank you.
All right.
Here you go. This is for your cheering section back here. Here you go. You can give that to whoever you want back there. There you go. All right. We're going to roll right into our next pitch. So at this time, please welcome to the stage from Munster High School, our next team, FEM.
UTIs are one of the most common infections affecting women today, yet testing remains inconvenient and underutilized. Meet Laura. Laura had recently given birth, and like many women, she was used to navigating the cramps and the challenges of being a woman. So what she didn't realize is that she had a UTI. And without early detection, her symptoms worsened. And the bacteria from that UTI caused her to develop a kidney infection and spike a fever that required hospitalization. Now, Laura's story is not alone. Up to 60% of women who will experience a UTI in their lifetimes, 50% of women will experience an acute UTI by the age of 24, and 30% of women who experience a UTI will experience a reoccurrence within 6 months. And that's why we created FEM. It's a solution designed by women for women. It's a simple, discrete urinalysis wipe that tests for early signs of UTIs as you go. No extra steps and no doctor's appointments. We are prioritizing privacy, ease, and comfort. We built it with real experiences in mind. By catching infections earlier, FEM helps women prioritize their own healthcare and take it into their own hands. I'm Amelie Adam.
I'm Jocelyn Burnett.
And I'm Carly Fala.
And this is FEM. When in doubt, check it out. So through our problem interviews, we interviewed women ages 16 and up across 6 different demographics, and we encountered 3 reoccurring problems. The first being the unnecessary visit to the doctor, the second, the embarrassment or stigma around the UTIs, and then the third, the lack of education about early symptoms. Here's where our solution comes into play. So this is that urinalysis wipe that I was talking about earlier. It has 2 soft outer layers that are designed for skin contact that encapsulate that indicator layer in the middle that contains a pH, nitrate, and leukocyte test strip. And then on contact with urine, this test strip in the middle will produce that color-changing result that will show the indicators of the early UTI.
So what makes this different? Our product is a way for fast and easy early detection of UTIs, letting the user take action sooner. And we'd like to focus on our 3 C's, which are confidence, control, and convenience, the top 3 things most missed in women's healthcare, which is why we're creating an at-home system that's quick and simple for women to use. When talking about our competitors, we have about 2 main competitors, which are the Azo test strips and the Eucora wipes. And we can differentiate from them in a few different areas, with the Azo test strips being unhygienic and uncleanly, with the Eucora wipes being more so for feminine hygiene rather than UTI testing, where you have FEM checking off all these boxes. When we talk about our customer segments, we like to market towards women ages 16 plus, and particularly those who are sexually active or those who experience recurring UTIs. We also do want to target busy professionals who just want a quick, simple, and convenient way when it comes to the healthcare.
Now moving on to our market size, our TAM is going to focus on all women in the US purchasing about 3 times a year at that retail price of $12. Our SAM is going to target 18 to 24-year-old women who live in Indiana and Illinois, and with our market share at 0.11%, it's going to bring our sum down to $283,000. Now when we talk about our 1-year projected revenue, we're projected to make about $283,000 in revenue at that $12 price point. So through customer interviews, we realized $12 is the price people are willing to pay for this product, and we estimate they purchase about 3 times a year. So what we really want to point out is that gross profit margin, which is 71%. That's going to mean that we're taking about 71 cents out of each dollar after covering our cost of goods, which is $3.43. Now we know over time through bulk purchasing, we can lower that price down, and we're already in contact with a white label company, Unicare. And then also, it's very flexible, so we're going to focus on also marketing and other expenses while staying profitable. And it's not just about sales, it's about our unit economics that make us grow sustainably.
All right, now when talking about our marketing, we plan to market through social media advertising, influencer outreach, branding and logoing, and events. We plan to invest around $60,000 to $80,000, bringing in around 7,900 customers, letting us keep an annual revenue of $283,000. Now, we plan for each customer to spend around $30 per year, giving us an acquisition cost of $8 to $10, allowing us to remain profitable.
Now we're going to take a look at our traction, or what we've done so far. So we started all of our social media accounts on March 18th, and then throughout the month we saw about 3,900 profile views. Secondly, we gained resources and advisors through the University of Chicago Incubator, and they're going to be extremely important when we partner with our Unicare wipes, because they're going to be giving us that clinical validation when we start to try and push it out to have real people test our product. And then finally, we did present at the 1 Million Cups, which gave us some great feedback and also some other resources as well. We would like to take a look at our timeline. So here we are today at the competition. If we were to win the money, we'd use this to advance our prototype and gain clinical validation. And then after we got that clinical validation and feedback, we'd further and continue to advance our prototype and then build our website, which will help us secure that provisional patent, which we hope to get by next school year. And then finally, we just want to extend a quick thank you to our main advisors and the people who made this possible today, Ava, Raul, and then of course our business teacher, Ms. LaFletch. Thank you for your time.
Great presentation, ladies. Very, very good. Great product. I could definitely see the use for this. My question to you is, how will women know that they need to use it? If we're catching it early, the UTI early, how will they know when to use the wipe?
So we honestly want to create this product just for any sort of uncertainty. I feel like as women, we encounter so many challenges, and our whole entire body, all of our systems are so complex that there's so much uncertainty with the women's healthcare market, and we want to give women the power to take their own healthcare into their own hands. So with this wipe, we want to give them some sort of peace of mind. So at any sort of, indicator discomfort, you could just, whip that wipe out of your medicine cabinet and then just go ahead and test it anywhere at any time to give you some peace of mind.
I like it. Good idea. UTIs are very, happens among women more often than what people think, and a lot of times not talked about a lot. So thank you for being bold and having a conversation about UTIs with women. My question would be twofold. You mentioned marketing this online, and your phase would be the prototype to the clinical. Is there FDA required on this as well?
Yeah, so if we take at our FDA approval regulations, right now I think our best bet would to be looking at a 501k. So there are some similar products, not necessarily that have this same kind of convenience, but they're like with the azo and then with the wipes, they would kind of use those FDA regulations to kind of take from those materials in order to use that with our wipe.
Right, so you can use a mock-up of what you,
yes.
So it wouldn't be too far until you getting into a level 3 or something like that, where you can put it on the market for the FDA.
Yeah, we would be at a class 2.
Okay, all right, that sounds good. Okay, class 2, probably want to drive on a class 3 a little higher to have it on the market a little bit more, but okay.
A phenomenal presentation, and heard great things from 1 Million Cups too, so way to go. My question is, the revenue strategy, is it $12 per item, or do they come in boxes? Do you get subscription? What are you guys looking at?
Okay, so basically it's going to come with 4 wipes in one pack, and that's where we would kind of sell them. We don't want to do just one wipe because it's just like people are going to need it more, and more than that, we think they're going to purchase about like 3 times a year, so maybe like either a subscription or just one purchase at a time.
My question's about the biodegradable nature of the product. Do you plan, or is it already biodegradable? Can you flush it down the toilet, or does that have to be disposed in other ways?
Yeah, so that's one of the main things that we're focusing on with Unicare. So they are a wet wipe kind of white label company, and they can actually create biodegradable, flushable thing, like a product that women would be able to use. So it just, after you'd wipe, you'd be able to flush that down the toilet. Yeah, so it'd be biodegradable.
Yeah, last thing, so actually somewhat local, Dude Wipes is actually near, a somewhat homegrown company. And so thinking about their branding and what they did, and they kind of owned their space, do the same thing. Great job.
Thank you.
Whichever one, oh my. I'll let them wrap. All right, hi everybody. My name is Ava, and I am the Communications and Marketing Manager here at the STARTedUP Foundation. And I wanted to talk to you guys about how to get connected with us. You know, all of the time people ask me, man, you guys do this pitch competition. Is that it? You know, from now till June, that's all you guys do? And I say, no. Every month we're up to something. Every month we're doing something new, providing something new to our teachers and our students and our alumni. And I want to tell you a little bit about how to get connected with us. So if you ever have a question, if you ever want to reach out, or if you're ever interested in the stuff that we do, info@startedupfoundation.org is the best way to find us. My personal favorites, though, are our LinkedIn and Instagram platforms. By the way, to my competitors out here today, did you know that I've been talking about you on Instagram, on LinkedIn? I actually made graphics of all of you talking about you and the ventures you've created. So please go check those out. Maybe give us a follow to stay updated. Our YouTube channel, I do like that a lot too. You might know that I've been doing some interviews, so you might see some cool new YouTube content coming out here in the next few months. And last but not least, every month I have a wonderful newsletter. I'm talking about what our teachers are doing month to month, the accomplishments we have, and what our alumni are up to, because we always like staying connected. So with that, please reach out, and I'm here to introduce Cryo Caller from Griffith Senior High School.
Yeah. All right. My name is Kane Tilley, and I'm a sophomore at Griffith Junior Senior High School. This is my product, Cryo Collar. And let's just, a little background just to start off, my why. I grew up in a family of hockey players. I was born into it, if you couldn't tell by the hair. But my whole family plays hockey. I've grown up. I love it. It's my passion in life. And doing so, I watch a lot of hockey. And one of the hockey games I watched, this player in specific, Adam Johnson, he doesn't wear a net guard. So a little bit of background. Him, along with no one else in the NHL, usually wears net guards, along with a huge amount of youth players who are my age and lower end. Oh, that works so much better. I couldn't hear it. All right, anyways. So I don't know if you guys heard a lot of that, but point is, he doesn't wear a net guard. He doesn't play hockey anymore. And everything I could think about when I saw that was, what if it was me? Because I've had some scary falls. My brother's had some scary falls because he plays juniors. He's had his wrist and thigh cut open by a skate. So if it was to his neck, he might not be here. And that got me thinking about my problem, which is, first off, 40,000 neck injuries were reported in just 2011. They haven't done a lot of studies on it, which I don't know why, especially with the recent events, because that was in 2023, the guy passed away on the ice. But that brings me into my problem, which is over half of hockey players do not wear neck guards at all. So my problem is fatal cuts, injuries to the neck region, and if you can see there, over 1 million players who play hockey don't wear a neck guard of any kind, and that's just baffling to me, seeing what I've seen. The solution is my product, Cryo Collar. It is a lightweight, cut-resistant neck guard designed to protect you while maintaining comfortability. And since players aren't wearing neck guards despite knowing the problem, I added the incentive of a cooling aspect into the neck guard so that it can help you stay cool and stay ready when you're playing. My product details, benefits, maximum protection, comfortable, and it's cooling. It's usable frozen and normally, so if you see on the inside of there, that can come out. So yeah, that just stretches around your head, fits on tightly, because I didn't want to use Velcro because people hate Velcro. It wears, it's uncomfortable, it scratches your neck. And what's special about the thing I'm using, it is a PCM material, which is phase change material, which freezes at 58 degrees Fahrenheit and cools consistently for up to 2 hours. And that's coming from a review talking about the Oklahoma sun working in construction. So that's quite a lot of cooling. And then also it's an ANSI A5 level protection, and that's how they rated on cut resistance, how protected it is against a skate or other blades. My material breakdown. So that prototype, it's not the most effective example, the most recent one, because that's made out of just the cutting, cut resistant stuff. But in reality, I'd have my cut resistant fabric on the outside, so it kind of has it ANSI A5, like I said, washable, breathable. And then right underneath that would be an impact-resistant foam. That's designed to, A, protect the ice pack if it's in, because the last thing you want is it to burst, and then that's chemicals, which I don't know what the chemicals are in it, but I imagine they aren't good. And then also it helps because even if you don't get cut in your neck, you can still damage your neck. And it has the most amount of nerves in your body is in your neck. So that's what people should be trying to protect the most, in my opinion. Underneath that, cooling. Already touched on that. It cools for up to 2 hours. It cools really quickly. It can cool in the thing of cold water if you want to. And then right against your neck, it's going to be a thin fabric. And that's going to be designed to make it breathable, make it comfortable. You don't want any itchy. We want it to be smooth, and we want it to be able to transfer that cooling to your neck effectively. My target market, there is 1.64 million players playing hockey worldwide, 560,000 in the U.S., and then 165,000 just in the Midwest area. And it's hockey players, honestly, is my entire target market. I have an age up there, but really, it could be anybody. As long as they play hockey, they want to be protected. And my marketing, I want to send products out to hockey teams, and I want to use social media, TikTok, Instagram, to help educate people on the dangers and why they should purchase my product. Budget overview. It's going to be $45 per unit for just materials, and we're planning to sell at $80, which is 178% per unit, like total, like profits. So about 78% profit, I'd say. So it's $25 per unit for the fabric, $15 per unit for the liquid, and then miscellaneous cost, it's $5. Funding, $500 of my $1,000 of funding would go into product development. Specifically, there's a fabric from the UK I want to import because it's known worldwide as one of the most cut-resistant fabrics. And then $250 would be sending it out to teams like PNW, I have listed there. Love watching their hockey team. I want to send it out to them so that they can test it in practices. And then $250 would go to marketing. And then crowd collar, stick your neck out for us. We'll make sure it's protected. That's my whole thing.
Great presentation. And I could tell your passion for hockey, so that really brings it home for me. What I wanted to ask about is, who your target market is. I think it's great that, you want to put it in the hands of every hockey player, which I think every mom would appreciate. But I really think you should think about your target market as the leagues, right? The people who make sure that all the players are protected with the equipment. If this is something that they basically put in as a requirement, right, you got a great business.
Yeah, I would actually not mentioned here, but I'd love to touch on that. Due to the incident that happened in 2023, neck guards are getting required across every single hockey league. It's slowly taking in effect. So that, on top of being perfect for my target market, that gives me a huge market to go into because it's expected to double by 2028. And doubling in 2 years, that's pretty good for your market.
I tried it on, and even with the prototype, it's very comfortable. And honestly, I'm at a neck spa. I don't know. It's very, very kind. What I'll say is the protection is really interesting to me. But have you considered other things like aging men who have neck problems? Things like that they need to heat and cool their necks.
Yeah. That's a great point. While I have touched on it in my earlier stages of my product, I believe right now is the time where I should just go full head into that one singular point where I have it right now. Because I feel like if I try and divert everything to all these different subsections too early, they're all just going to fizzle out at once, and then I'll be left with nothing.
You had mentioned that there's a large number of hockey players that don't wear neck protection. Is there a particular reason why? Is it a stigma? Is it because neck protection is bulky and you can't turn your head, you can't move freely? What is the reason why hockey players aren't wearing more protection?
So kind of what you said, bulky, uncomfortable. I personally wear a neck guard, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't like it. I only wear it because of what I've seen. But how he said it's comfortable, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for it to be comfortable and for you to not for you to not notice it, but for you to have a pleasant feeling in your neck when you notice it. We don't want it to make it too scratchy because that's the main thing with people hating it is too scratchy, too hot, too bulky.
And one quick follow-up to that, does that protect against puck impact as well?
So that is what the incorporation of the foam is intended to do. So despite how much smaller it is for getting hit in the neck with pucks, it hurts really bad. I've been hit like in the collarbone with pucks, and that kind of sucks. But yeah, the high density foam along with the actual cooling liquid, it acts as a cushion. So it disperses it out across the foam as well as just, it doesn't hurt. Not as bad, not nearly as bad.
So you talked about you would sell this product to hockey players or hockey teams. Are you talking about the National Hockey League, or are you talking about schools and hockey programs? What's your reach?
Well, ideally, we'd like to start more locally. So that is, I play for Lake Central High School's hockey team. So we could potentially do something with that. But more specifically, college hockey teams and more minor hockey leagues, because we don't want to take it to the professionals yet, because we want to make sure it's a product fit for professionals until when we take it to them. So we plan on having customizable colors for the neck guards along with team logos. So you can purchase a bulk for your team. They're all protected. They all look good because they have their custom neck guards. So yeah, that's the plan. We just want to start with more local.
If you start local, I recommend that would be your study for you to be able to prove your point that this works to take it to another level.
Of course, yeah, and that's with the funding. I plan on actually testing that and paying players to wear it and give me honest feedback. And that's where I plan to test it, is with the college level hockey at first and just youth hockey in general too. All right, thank you guys.
All right, as we begin, so I got 2 pairs of socks up here. I want to hit this 4th row back here. Oh, look at that. Sorry. I still got 1 pair left. As we begin to close out today's incredible event, we want to pause once more to recognize the local champions who made this day not only possible, but truly special. A huge thanks goes out to our regional host and partners, organizations that believe in innovation, believe in students, and believe in the power of entrepreneurship to transform communities. Please help me thank Purdue University Northwest and the Society of Innovators at Purdue Northwest, our regional host. The Indiana Economic Development Corporation and ECS, Erosion and Construction Solutions. These partners aren't just providing space, they're not just providing support, they're opening doors. They're showing up for students, they're showing up for educators for a brighter, bolder Indiana. Let's give them a big round of applause for making today and the future possible. All right, time for our 10th team. So, if you would, put your hands together. Welcome our final team, Spider X from Hanover Central High School. I'll let you adjust that whenever you want. There's a clicker. Okay, yeah. Whatever's easy for you. Is that good height? We good? All right. Enjoy.
Had to get y'all's attention somehow. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tyler Triplett, and I am with the team Spider X. So from an early age, I've always felt a connection to music. I found playing music and listening to music to be the easiest way to express myself. This led me to start playing guitar about 4 years ago. I joined a band about a year ago, and we've accomplished a lot of things in that year. We won a battle of the bands, competing against 40 other bands, most of them older than us. And we're also currently recording some of our original songs and hope to have those out soon. But one thing that kept coming up time and time again, for me at least, is the problem of tuning. Now, you guys may not know what tuning is or even how it affects music, but I'm sure you all know the guitar has strings. And each string has this different note that it needs to be tuned to so that you sound right with your other bandmates. So if even one string is out of tune, you can imagine it'll sound wrong. I'll do a little demo right now. So this is a G chord. Sounds normal, right? But then when I turn this peg right here, that string goes out of tune. So you can imagine, especially with two other people, it's not gonna sound right. And you want the show to keep flowing because tuning can take time, especially if you're not experienced. So I'm thinking, how do I make tuning more efficient and convenient for playing on stage? Because these don't really work. This is what they have now. It's called a Snart clip-on tuner, and what it does is it clips onto the headstock of the guitar itself and uses sensors in the guitar or in the tuner and picks up the vibrations of the notes on the guitar and gives you a read on the tuning. But like I said, they don't really work when you're playing live just because the acoustics and vibrations from the room itself mess with the calibration. So that's why I want to create the Spider X automatic guitar tuner. So what it is, it's a box that would go on to the back of the headstock of the guitar with 6 extendable and retractable arms that would go out to the tuning pegs. Whoops. Go out to the tuning pegs with little motors in the saddle holding this. And so you would hit that little D-pad and select which string you want to tune and then what note you want the string tuned to itself. And you press that big black button and the motors would spin the tuning peg to whatever note you chose. So some of my competitors, the Roadie tuner is a little handheld guitar tuner. It's very accessible. You can use it for all guitars. And it's about $120, but it does not tune well live, which is really the problem that I'm trying to fix. And one of my other competitors, Tronical Tune, that's very good if you have a specific guitar that you want to be automatically tuned, because what they do is you send in your guitar to them for like $1,000 at least. It's very expensive, and they redo your entire tuning system to be automatic. But Spider X, on the other hand, works for all guitars, plays well live, and is not that expensive, which we'll get into right now. So those big boy words in that corner up there, those are the sensors that I would use, and then the electronics and the plastic. So factoring in the price of all those raw materials with the price of labor, it would be about $120 to manufacture. And I haven't really set an exact price point yet. I would want to sell it from $280 to $300. I do think that people will pay that price for the convenience of this product. 'Cause I mean, we all love when things are convenient, right? Like, yeah. And music is just generally an expensive business in general. So I do think people will pay the price for the convenience of the product. And that would leave me with about $170 in profit per unit. So the future of Spider X, I would sell to vendors like Guitar Center, Sweetwater. I got a local music shop up there. I used to take guitar lessons there in Griffith, Indiana, back where I live. Pretty cool. And if invested with the $1,000, I would make a prototype for my product, begin testing the prototype, fix whatever's wrong with it, and then start trying to sell my idea to these vendors and whoever would listen, and just take it as far as I can. So thank you for listening. Thank you for your time.
I have to let you know, Tyler, that I am a guitar mom. My son plays the guitar as well, so I know a little bit about this. So great presentation, great product. I guess my question would be around the weight, right? Because holding the guitar and that. Have you thought about the weight of the product?
I actually have, yes, because the guitar that I play on stage, if you want to, actually I don't think it's in the picture, but whatever, it's fine. The guitar that I play is in a Gibson SG, and that guitar is known for a lot of neck dives specifically. So, like, even without anything on it, it already goes down. So yes, I have thought about the weight. That's why I would use the type of plastic is a lighter plastic, and it's easier to be like mass produced.
I can't stop. I'm addicted to the shindig. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so,
there you go.
Excellent presentation. Excited to see where this goes. Tell me, what are the roadblocks you're currently facing when creating something like this?
So my main thing is really with the electronics is, I mean, I'm not an engineer. I don't really know how like any of that stuff works. I have heard about like a little mini computer called like a BlackBerry or something. So I was thinking if I could use something like that to put in there, just like a little small computer interface that could work on the screen and could connect to those motors, so that like it'd be like a trigger. Like if it hears something out of tune, then it would automatically like tune back.
Follow-up question, why Spider X?
Because it looks like a spider.
Oh, cool.
So I go back.
Yeah.
Love the presentation. You know, my question really revolves around, so you're using technology to clip onto an acoustic string-driven guitar. What is your take on if I just bought an electric guitar that's already pre-tuned and doesn't go out of tune? So I know technology is kind of driving the guitar industry right now, where you can buy guitars that have simulated strings now. How do you respond to that as a musician?
Well, personally, I'm not really like an acoustic player. I do play electric guitars, and it's kind of hard because some guitars do have locking tuners, so you can set the tune beforehand and lock it, but then like you're stuck in that tuning, and that is a whole process. You got to take the things off and then retune it and then put the things back on. Like you just don't want to do all that. So this is just an easier way to be able to have multiple tunings. You can tune whatever you want, and to ensure that you're staying in tune and it sounds good. Because I mean, dude, concerts are really expensive now. You're paying like your life savings, putting your house up for a second mortgage to go see Taylor Swift, and you know you don't want it to sound bad. Like,
Plus, the Red Hot Chili Peppers don't play no technology-driven guitars.
I like your idea. As a third year in lessons of guitar, tuning is an area that I am terrible at, so I think that would be great. So I like it. My question is, who are your competitors, and how would you approach the market for buying your product?
so some of my competitors, like I mentioned, there's a handheld one, which it's really accessible. It's like $120, and it works for all guitars, but it uses those sensors that I mentioned earlier, which pick up other vibrations in the room. So even when you're trying to like automatically tune it, it still gets messed up when you're playing live. Playing live is really like the problem that I'm trying to solve specifically. And then some of my other competitors, like the Tronical Tune, that's where you send in your guitar for like $1,000, and it's a lot of money. That's good if you have one guitar in specific that you want to be automatically tuned. And then another one of my competitors is like the Gibson automatic tuner, and what that is it's like, it's in the guitar itself, so that's like you would buy it. It's very expensive also, and it would automatically tune it, but yeah, it's in the guitar itself. So. Thank you for your time, everybody.
How about another round of applause for all these amazing teams? Okay, this time, how about a moment of silence for our judges, because they have to pick a first place team. Yeah, good luck with that. Students and their teachers, you're going to come to the stage once we dismiss so that we can get competing students and teachers. We're going to get a picture before we go to lunch. Everyone else, you'll be dismissed. There's a nice pizza buffet set up outside. There's tables back here. You can eat at the chairs. You can eat anywhere out there. We just want to make sure that you throw your trash away and that we're good guests. We're going to return at 12:45 for awards and a few closing comments. Other than that, enjoy your lunch.
clicking it on. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Man, I tell you what, big thanks to our regional hosts, Society of Innovators, Purdue Northwest, IADC, ESC. But I got to be honest with you. Let's be honest. I saw the first 5 people that go through the line. I saw some of you guys grabbing 3 and 4 slices of pizza. I'm like, we're going to run out of pizza. We did not run out of pizza. So sincere gratitude for whoever was in charge of the catering. That was impressive. All right. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Purdue Northwest. Yeah. Oh, the crisscross. If you say something nice to Kevin on the way out, maybe he's got another pair. All right. We have to keep doing that. So, we've had recommendations. Next year we'll have a sock cannon. All right. Before we go and announce, I would like to give the judges an opportunity to give some feedback on what they witnessed today or any other points of interest. So, Dr. Burton, if you want to say a few words, and judges can give some quick feedback.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the presentations that you gave today. They were phenomenal. We could tell the hard work that went into all the presentations. We can tell the ideas were right on point. I would like to say that for the people who presented today, great job. I mean, absolutely great job. Yes, yes. And if you didn't win today, believe me, we had a hard job because we can only pick one winner. But we want to encourage you to come back, right? Because the ideas, you know, can just keep growing and keep moving forward. So definitely don't take the loss, if you do have a loss, as, you know, to go sit down. We want to see you again. So come back and come back and come back. All right.
Yeah, I have the license plate numbers of all these people for those. No, I'm just joking. Hey, you showed up so strong today. It's such a pleasure for us to take a minute and just celebrate you guys and the hard work you've put in. I'm going to leave you with 2 pieces of advice. As an entrepreneur, there are 2 things that you need to focus on. And if you have these 2 traits, you're going to be successful. The first is to be coachable. Listen to feedback. Don't take it personally, but be coachable. Hear what people are saying about you, your product, and what you're doing. The second is intentional. It's the other side of the coin. Sometimes you don't want to listen. Sometimes you need to be full force with your passion. So you want to build that coachable wall and understand what people are like. Build a wall enough to hear still, right? So be coachable, be intentional, and that's going to ultimately lead to more success for you. So great job. You should be super proud of what you've done and what your friends are doing. So keep going.
I enjoyed listening to all of your presentations today. I want to say that it was a very difficult conversation, and we almost put on the boxing gloves in the room in regards to who will win. I want to start by saying a little bit to you about what you're doing and how the path that you're taking as an entrepreneur. Steve Jobs once said, for you to get things started, you have to start somewhere. And so that means embracing risks and, you know, not being ashamed of failures. And as my grandfather, who told me once, as the first black man to have a hotel license, he said, nothing comes to a failure but a try. And so with that, I leave you with, keep going with your mission. Sometimes you may have to tweak it a different way. Sometimes you may be one place, you may find yourself being successful in another area. So always just keep pushing for yourself, and don't let anyone tell you that your ideas are just simply an idea. They're actually innovation.
I'll tell you, one of the problems with going last is I don't know how to outdo or overdo what's already been said. So obviously it was a pleasure to be here today. All 4 of us are incredibly busy professionals, but to take time to come to see the next generation of innovators present and really put themselves forward is really a treat. So really appreciate it. A special shout out to all the Wildcats of Hanover Central, class of 2004. I tried to remain level up here, but you know, I have a special heart for Hanover Central, so you guys keep doing great things over there in Cedar Lake. You know, just to leave everybody with one more thing, and I'm going to add to what Wade said here. Just be resilient, right? In a culture that you know, promotes trophies for everybody, you know, today not everybody's going to get a trophy. Obviously, everybody tried hard. You had great ideas, but take this resilience and push forward, right? Keep adding on to your idea, change your idea a bit, but never give up. Keep going, keep putting yourself out there. Experience like this is invaluable. Believe me, when you get to the stage of the of your career that I'm at right now, having the opportunity to present and to put yourself out in front of people pays off in dividends you can't even imagine. So keep going. We're proud of all of you, and congratulations to the eventual winner here, which I know is next. So, Dan.
All right, I've got a couple formal things we have to read, and then I'll shoot a little bit from the heart. But I will say the amount of feedback the judges give is in direct correlation with how difficult the decision was. So that is some great feedback. So look, to the students, even though if your team is not selected first place winner, remember we still have 3 wild cards to go. That will be selected on a score basis at the end of our 7th competition. This is number 5. And then also, before we announce the winner, we invite you all to come to the Startup Challenge, the finals there on June 12th in Indianapolis at Butler University. So it's an incredible event to see those 10 teams. And then lastly, man, sometimes I try not to get emotional thinking about it. So when I was a teacher, and I taught for several years, at the last day of school, I tell my students, my favorite part of being your teacher is no longer being your teacher. And I mean that in a good way, not like get that. Our organization exists because this is one day out of hopefully several. Some of the biggest stories and some of the biggest successes out of this program, they did not win, but they were persistent and borderline annoying of like, hey, you said you were going to do this. Hey, you said you were going to give this intro. Hey, I said, yes. Literally, we're existing because of as all 4 of the judges said, the persistence of like, I'm not quite there yet. Matter of fact, whoever the winner is, and I don't know yet, you're not quite there yet. That's the biggest trap is sometimes that if you win, you're like, oh, I'm good. No, not yet. And matter of fact, we expect to see tremendous growth even up until June 12th when you pitch. We better not see the same pitch because it's constant improvement. But I'll also say this. We are where we are because of people that see. So my request to the people that are parents and people in industry and mentors, say a good word because what you saw here, more people need to see. And then lastly, look, man, we are where we are because of these teachers. It's the daily and weekly check-ins of, no, seriously, how you coming along? No, seriously, and the ability for a loving teacher to tell you your idea is not good and not hurt your feelings and say you're not quite there yet. My favorite things that I point out when people go, well, of course those kids are doing well because it's not what you know, it's who you know. Well, in a day and age where you should know a lot of people, no one knows more people than teachers, legitimately. So you dip into their Rolodex, if that's still a term, you dip into their network, and that's also where we want to be helpful. Some of you guys need introductions, and you need people that are in a specific area in industry, and that's what your teachers, they're not rooting for you today. They're rooting for you for the next 20 years, which will make me 73. But we're rooting for you, and it's not just today. So if it's first, if it's 10th, I don't care. And again, there's several hundred, the 10 of the couple hundred that weren't here, you're here. So when no one likes to hear, you're all winners. You're like the sarcastic eye roll. I get that. Like sincerely, if you're here, it's rare. And I know that like the amount of support the Society of Innovators gives, the amount of like how much like PNW wants to support you, like how much feedback I'm always constantly getting from all these judges. And I've known Wade for, anyway, I'm rambling. They love you. They want to see you succeed, not just beyond today. All right. Opening up the envelope, and the winner is first place winner 2026 Region 4 Started Up region is Course Caddy. that blood-curdling scream was from her teacher, so everybody's safe. Everybody's good. That is all we have for today. Again, if you know if that teacher should be a part of this, if you want to get involved, let us know. You can always stop by and talk to us. Other than that, see you guys June 12th at Indianapolis for the Startup Challenge. Thank you guys so much.
Yes. Have a meeting next week.